but the unload will probably take an hour. You know, the loading takes longer.
Sound check.
I'll try to
All right,
keep
then,
that
7 o'clock.
for a good.
On the weekend,
Oh, that's
even though I'm
awkward.
striving to not know what weekends are. That's my goal. I don't want to know what day of the week it is.
You're gloating again.
And Councilor Lane is remote.
Christine Wallace, remote, no.
Byron's
There
not
she
coming.
is. Okay, all right. Good evening, everyone.
Sound check.
You're muted. Excuse me.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Still says you're muted.
Councilor Lane or Councilor Wallace, can you hear us?
I can hear you now.
Okay. All right.
Yep, I can hear you.
All right, so roll call.
We have a roll call for the City Council meeting of November 13th, 2023. Councilor Wallace.
Here.
Thank you. Councilor Wright.
Yeah.
Councilor Zede.
Here.
Councilor Cameron.
Present.
Councilor Donahue.
Here.
Councilor Khan.
Present.
Councilor Lane.
Here.
Thank you. Councilor McCauley.
Here.
Councilor Preston.
Here.
Councilor Vogel.
Present.
And Council President Shan.
Present.
We have 11 present, 2 remote.
All right, late files.
You will see on your desk, councilors, there are 2 late files. One is a Communication 518, which is the menorah request for Market Square. And there's also a 157 ordinance. It's an amendment to the public art ordinance that is on your desk that just came in.
Motion to waive the rules and accept the late files. Second.
Roll call.
Roll call for aforesaid motion. Councilor Wallace.
Yes.
Councilor Wright.
Yes.
Councilor Zede.
Yes.
Councilor Cameron.
Yes.
Councilor Donahue.
Yes.
Councilor Khan.
Yes.
Councilor Lane.
Yes.
Councilor McCauley.
Yes.
Councilor Preston.
Yes.
Councilor Vogel.
Yes.
And Councilor Shan.
Yes. All right, public comment. Thank you. All right. First for public comment is Kelly Page. Please stand on the white spot and talk right into the microphone. Get as close as you can. That was a request, like right into the microphone.
Okay,
There you go. Thank you.
thank you, and good evening, councilors and Council President Shand. I'm Kelly Page, board member of the nonprofit organization Support the Pink House. My family and I have,
Miss, address, please.
I'm sorry,
Your address.
6 Bowlin Ave.
Thank you.
My family and I have lived in Newburyport for over 20 years, and I work at the Newburyport Art Association and a photographer. The amount of positive, sentimental, and creative artists range from New England to as far as native Parisian. The economic influence of the Pink House and cultural inspiration cannot be torn down. I humbly ask council to waive the rules and allow for discussion and vote on this resolution tonight with an emergency preamble. Also, the ask to pass this resolution with a unanimous vote should be a show of solidarity that the city of Newburyport recognizes the intrinsic value as well as the economic driver that the Pink House is for the communities surrounding, including ours. Any other comments are up to individuals, but those are the asks. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Page.
Do we have the resolution?
Next is Andrea Wheatman.
Hello, Andrea Wheatman, 183 High Street. I'm here to read a letter that I submitted to you all today, but before I do, I just want to acknowledge that I had a call with Councilor Zeid and I spoke this afternoon, and I think some of what we discussed, wrote about in this letter is really to do with the word allocations and how we view the term in the nonprofit world, allocations, and maybe how the ordinance was written. So I just want to acknowledge that we did have a discussion about that. But for the purposes of the record and how it's currently written, I'm going to read this. To the City Council, we are writing to express disagreement with proposed Ordinance 129. As one of the larger citizen-based fundraising organizations in the city, the Newburyport Education Foundation is a registered 501c3, and our mission is to generate financial resources and community involvement to enhance education in the Newburyport Public Schools. We take the transparency of our operations in the city very seriously, and as this ordinance would impact our board composition, we feel we are entitled to provide our thoughts. We do not take an issue with Clause A, as listed in this ordinance. We do believe that Clause B will make existing partnerships of department heads and the nonprofit groups who support their departments less collaborative and impactful. Fundraising organizations specialize in just that, fundraising and donor relationship management. It is citywide department heads who know best how to allocate funds given their respective subject matter expertise, which they are hired for and paid to provide, their unique budgetary challenges, and the evolving demands on their departments. Separating department heads from allocation of donated funds is nonsensical, and we believe it will have a negative effect on fundraising capabilities. Our donors want to know that funds are going where they are needed and where they will have impact. While our board ultimately determines allocations, it is in everyone's interest that the collaboration with department heads and free flow of ideas about how monies are spent should not be suppressed. And lastly, we do believe that management of city department heads is an executive function, and we don't think that this proposed ordinance is necessary. And this is signed in NEF capacities, myself as the president of the NEF, Christine Ennis as the president-elect of the NEF, Carrie O'Donnell as the executive director of the NEF, and Cindy Johnson, who is the clerk of the NEF. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Brian Callahan.
Hi, Brian Callahan, 29 Warren Street. I am here as myself, but unusually also here as a member of the school committee, representing my own opinions as one of those members, not as the board as a whole. I echo Ms. Wheatman's sentiments, particularly as I'm also on the NEF. And I guess I take issue with Section B of the ordinance. It seems to me overly broad. And really, I have a huge problem with it because the school committee already does all that. We sit there, we accept money from people like the NEF or any number of organizations. I'm the chair of the Budget and Finance Subcommittee. I sit in an extra meeting every month and go over all the money we're getting. And really, that's it. There's no purview of the city council over the school district, and that extends to its department heads. We have a legal opinion, which I forwarded to Budget and Finance back on October 2nd. I don't know who shared it, if anybody did. But even if I don't agree with that legal opinion, that is someone with a way higher pay grade than me who has already determined that. And that's why I ask you do not pass this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Callahan. Next is Owen Smith.
Good evening, Owen Smith, 175 Story Avenue. I'm here to talk about the $6 million bond order that you are considering tonight. My main question, what's the end goal with this money we're going to spend? Is it state of good repair? And if so, the idea would be to spend the money as quickly as possible to get us up to the state of good repair. We always say it's cheaper to do this on an annual appropriation to keep our pavement quality in a state of good repair than it is to be taking out debt, which we're going to be paying almost twice that amount over the term of the life of the loan. I would like to see the money get allocated to specific safety improvements. I did look at the pavement plan that is still under consideration and discussion by the Public Works and Safety Committee, and there is a list on the top of identified safety projects, but there's no end date or financing tied to that. So I implore you, when you consider indebting the city for a span of 15 to 20 years, I want to see value added out of that beyond the time that you're paying the debt. Otherwise, you're just doing maintenance, and you should be paying for it with our annual appropriation. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Allison Gold, 25 Juniper Street.
Hi, Allison Odell. I live in Exeter, New Hampshire. Is that
Right
okay?
into the microphone.
Sure. This is Allison Odell from Exeter, New Hampshire, 25 Juniper Street. I'm here in favor of the unanimous passing of Order 511. I humbly ask the council to waive the rules and allow for a discussion and vote on this resolution tonight with an emergency preamble. The Pink House is a beloved cultural icon in the community, loved by artists, photographers, locals, and tourists alike. It is a cultural and economic asset that the majority of the community wants to remain, and we've been fighting to save it for the past 8 years. And that's my ask.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And last is Mark Audette.
Good evening, and I apologize for not knowing how this all works, but I'm here to answer questions about the Santa Parade.
Perfect. Thank you. All right, that is it for public comment. Mayor's comment.
Good evening, everyone. Thanks for having me. First and foremost, happy Veterans Day. We had a wonderful Veterans Day ceremony here on Saturday. Thank you to all the counselors and counselors-elects who came. Kevin Hunt did his usual amazing performance. It was just a really nice day for everybody involved. I just think it's such a meaningful way to honor our city veterans. I want to thank the police, the fire, DPS for their help with the ceremony. And again, I want to thank all of our City of Newburyport veterans for their service. We had an election. Richard, is it over yet? Is it official? Can we say, is it over? Not yet? Okay. I want to recognize all the candidates and elected candidates, and thank you for putting their names forward to run. This is such an important process to get people involved, so I was really thrilled to see so many contested races this year. We do have at least one that I'm aware of recount in the books, and so we're excited to go through that process. I believe that will be next week, but we'll wait till after Friday to make that all official. And I know Clerk Jones is looking forward for this to be all over with. But we're very excited for the new council to start in January. You have streets and sidewalks plan on your agenda tonight. I know that was moved out of committee on a 3-0 vote, I believe. This really just sets us up for our street work for the next 5 years, which is so important. And those were one of the first things I did when I took office. I wanted there to be a multi-year plan. I wanted it to be transparent. I wanted it to be out there so residents could see it and know what's coming. We've had a leadership change down at DPS. Now we have revamped that plan, again, submitted it to council. So I do hope you move forward on this before the end of the year, for sure. It just is going to help us with our planning moving forward. And that other piece of that plan, which I think was just mentioned in public comment, but that traffic, sidewalks, safety kind of catch-all that we have that line item for in our budget, that wasn't included in this bond plan. It's difficult to make decisions about bonding money, right? We have a lot of different things we want to do in the city, and it's usually not something that's done very often, bonding for streets and sidewalks. But we felt like this was a way to finally get some of this really important work done, and we can really lock up 5 straight years of work. And like I said, you already have the plan that's still in Public Safety Committee, but I want to thank Wayne Amaral especially for all his hard work on that. I moved the joint meeting for the City Council and School Committee. It was supposed to be tomorrow night. We realized we didn't have a venue, so we are going to move it to the end of the month, and that just gives our finance teams at the schools and here at City Hall a little bit more time to put that together. But I really think that's going to set the stage for obviously the upcoming budget. It's going to talk about the tax rate as well, and you can also talk a little bit about the projects we have coming down the road and our debt capacity for those. So that's coming up at the end of the month on November 29th. That's going to be at the Senior Center at 6:30. I'm not going to get in too deep with the tax rate proposal. It is in your packet tonight, so I imagine that will get sent to Budget and Finance. We'll talk about that a little bit more. You know, I will say I am not recommending a split tax rate this year. I mean, I think last year, when we looked at the numbers, that was really a lever that we thought we could pull to help residents in a very difficult year, in a very tough financial climate. This year, we looked at the numbers, and we just didn't see the same thing we did last year. It's still going to be a significant increase for everyone here in the city, but I look forward to that conversation. You know, we are recommending we put just under $300,000 worth of free cash towards that to you know, lessen the blow for residents, and I'll look forward to hear your conversation around you know, what we've put forward. But we feel like this is the most responsible process to move forward here with the city. State-run Rotary Project got through their weekend where they had to cut off service going north. So we actually got through that. All things went well. Businesses seem to be in a good spot. The work is really coming along well there. If you haven't been through there, I suggest you go check it out because they're doing a really great job, and the state has been very responsive, not only to the businesses, but also any resident concerns. Like I said, we got through our weekend when we had a little bit of a detour, but it should stay open from here on out, and they're going to be able to finish this project in the spring. Whittier School Building Project, just a really quick update. I want to thank you again for the letter that I brought forward to you last meeting. So we sent off a letter from the administration, a letter that Council President and I both signed. We continue to have conversations with the other 10 communities involved in Whittier. So we've had some really productive conversations. The next thing, I am drafting a letter to send directly to the MSBA. A couple of the districts have already done that, but we're suggesting all districts do that, just voicing our concerns. Currently, with the setup of the election that's supposed to take place in January, on January 23rd, and also that there's no financial mechanism attached to this project as we speak, which basically means if this vote goes forward as planned, everyone in Newburyport could vote against it, for instance, and if everyone in all the districts combined vote for it, then we'll get a bill for $30 million very soon, very soon. And like I said, we only have 29 students to go there. So, you know, I also attended the Whittier School Committee meeting last week and spoke before my own school committee meeting. So Raleigh actually was there with us. We both spoke to their school committee and just voiced our concerns. You know, right now, just their building committee has approved of this election that's going to take place in January. So on December 13th, their Whittier School Committee is going to vote on this. And there'll be a lot more information coming out in the papers, but I just wanted to let you know that there are a lot of different conversations going on. This is really concerning to not just Newburyport, but all the communities involved. It's just such a financial commitment without really being involved in the process. And I think we all agree that Whittier does incredible work, and something should be done there. But you know, what is that something? Is it a brand new building? Is it renovations to the building that they're in? So we hope those conversations continue. I also spoke with the Lieutenant Governor last week. We had a nice long conversation about this, and I believe she's going to get involved moving forward as well. And we're going to continue to have these check-ins with the other 10 districts. So again, if you have any other questions about that, please reach out. But this is something that's, you know, number one on my list right now, and we're doing a lot of conversations around it. Short-term rental units, you have your second reading tonight. So we look forward to seeing this get passed. The administration, we met last week. We had a big meeting with all the impacted departments as well as the licensing board to discuss how these new regulations would be adopted and enforced. We discussed the inspection process, and then that would be adopted by fire, health, and building, and the enforcement capabilities needed by the licensing board. These are all things going on with this short-term rentals ordinance. So hopefully we can move forward tonight, and I do think we're in a good spot as far as the administration goes in the city to move this forward and put it into practice. That's it.
Questions?
All right, have a great meeting.
Thank you. All right. Consent agenda.
Our consent agenda this evening consists of the approval of the minutes for October 30th. We have two communications. 516 is the snow and ice plan, 2023 to 24. That's to go to Public Works and Safety. We have a letter, Affordable Housing Trust letter to Mayor Reardon regarding the Brown School to be received and filed. We have two transfers. Transfer 175, which is free cash, $550,000 to fireboat purchase, same amount to go to Budget and Finance. Transfer 176, free cash again, $280,000 to General Budget Reserve, same amount, again to go to Budget and Finance. Appointments, the first four are reappointments. They're all going to the Emma Andrews Library. First is Susan Chase, 44 Oak Street, until 12/15/2025. Anya Greeny Elrott to go to until 12/15/2026. Elizabeth Valeriani, 29 Oak Street, until 12/15/2026. And Virginia R. Champy, 84 Purchase Street, until 12/15/2025. There is also appointment 442 Laura Thibault, 8 Kent Street, to the Cultural Commission until 12/15/2026. Following items are coming out of the respective committees: Budget and Finance. Order 472, Communication 415, transfers 171, 172, 173, and 174, and 170. Community Services, 4 items. Communication 513, Appointment 437, Ordinance 157, Communication 474. General Government, 2 items. Ordinance 146, Communication 506. License and Permits, 4 items. Applications 165, 164, Communications 510 and 512. And that is the consent agenda this evening.
Councilor McCauley?
Yeah, motion to remove appointment 437 from Community Services.
Okay.
So, if I might, President, you want it to be just not coming out?
Correct.
It stays.
Which number?
437.
It's in Community Services right now.
Our policy.
Thank you.
Councilor Khan?
Yeah, point of order, I think Communication 517, it's not in the packet,
Right.
so just want to make a note of that.
You're losing me here. Where is it?
It's the letter to the mayor.
The letter regarding Mayor Reardon.
Brown School.
It's on the online version.
It's on the what?
Online version.
So, the assistant clerk is here. We'll make a copy of it and get it on your desk. Sorry about
Do you
that.
see it?
Yes, if you go to the website. Motion to approve?
If you
Wait,
can
wait,
hold
hang on 1 second.
I just need to refresh it.
Councilor Wright, did you see it?
Yes, it's there.
Okay,
Yeah, it's in the online version.
Yeah,
okay, thank
Okay.
you.
okay.
You have to update when you get here.
Thank you, thank you.
I didn't think we'd ever make a mistake.
All right.
Motion to approve the consent agenda as amended.
Second.
Roll call.
On approving the amended consent agenda, Councilor Wallace,
Yes.
Councilor Wright,
Yes.
Councilor Zede,
Yes.
Councilor Cameron,
Yes.
Councilor Donahue,
Yes.
Councilor Khan,
Yes.
Councilor Lane,
Yes.
Councilor McCauley,
Yes.
Councilor Preston,
Yes.
Councilor Vogel,
Yes.
and Councilor Shan.
Yes.
Can I have a point of order? Where is that we just were
Consent agenda.
I am under consent. Yeah, I still don't see it, but
I
that's
don't
okay.
either.
I refreshed it as well.
Fresh, you don't see it?
Not in the packet.
It's not in the packet, yeah.
So
I just refreshed from the site.
It's just in the,
It was in the one that was sent.
It's in the agenda, but not in the...
but not in the packet.
Yep.
Oh, it's on the agenda page, but not in the packet.
Why am I looking at it?
Yeah.
I don't
It's
see
on
it.
the agenda.
Maybe it was emailed, the packet that was emailed. Sorry to disrupt, but it would be nice to have a copy.
No, Kathleen Sullivan's doing
Get
it.
an email, didn't we?
email to us.
Huh?
Yeah, we got an email of it, but, yeah, I don't see it either, to be honest, in the
So an email went out because it was a late file. But it's okay. For you to see it properly, you'd like it inserted in the packet?
It should be just added to the packet that's on the website, that's
Right.
all. I know you emailed us one.
Or tonight might be quicker if we could just make copies.
Thank you.
All right, so
Thank you.
we all set?
I think so.
Mayor's update.
Motion to receive and file.
Second.
Roll call.
Receiving file mayor's update. Councilor Wallace.
Yes.
Councilor Wright.
Yes.
Councilor Zede.
Yes.
Councilor Cameron.
Yes.
Councilor Donahue.
Yes.
Councilor Khan.
Yes.
Councilor Lane.
Yes.
Councilor McCauley.
Yes.
Councilor Preston.
Yes.
Councilor Vogel.
Yes.
Councilor Shan.
Yes. Moving right along.
We have application 166, the Santa Parade.
And
Motion to refer to license and permits.
It's not going to be enough time.
Yeah.
We may,
Well, we meet on the 30th. Oh, yeah.
fine, you can sit.
Emergency preamble and Thank you. And for that, and also while we're at it, I'd like to make a motion for the emergency preamble to consider communication 518 at the same time and approve the motion to approve them both then as well. Want to do both of those at once?
Thank you. Also to waive the rules.
Waive the rules for...
Emergency and approve both.
Yes.
Communication 518
And
application 166.
Yes.
Councilor McCauley?
Yeah, Council President, I'd ask that Council President rule on this, that let's do one emergency preamble for the one issue at hand, and then have another emergency preamble for the other issue at hand. I think it's cleaner. I think there's a priority here going forward, and I'm not sure we're saving much, so thank you.
Okay, so,
Either way.
all right, so the first one would be application 166. Councilor Vogel, you want to make the motion?
Yes, so moved.
Second?
Okay.
And then for that's emergency preamble, right? All right, so that first.
I have waive the rules, move to approve, declare an emergency.
As a move to approve all in the same, we're going to do both at the same time?
No.
That's fine with me.
They have to be separate.
You just requested to do it, emergency preamble, and just the application for the Santa Parade.
Yes. But
That's
both
all
of-
we're doing.
But both of those at the same time.
Correct. All right. All clear?
All clear.
Roll call.
Councilor Wallace.
Yes.
Councilor Wright.
Yes.
Councilor Zede.
Yes.
Councilor Cameron.
Yes.
Councilor Donahue.
Yes.
Councilor Khan.
Yes.
Councilor Lane.
Yes.
Councilor McCauley.
Yes.
Councilor Preston.
Yes.
Councilor Vogel.
Yes.
And Councilor Shan.
Yes.
Okay, now where are we?
Now we're on communication,
You're done. That's
the
it.
late file,
All right, so I'd like to
518.
make a motion to waive the rules and have add an emergency preamble and to approve.
Second.
Discussion. All right, roll call.
Councilor Wallace.
Yes.
Councilor Wright.
Yes.
Councilor Zede.
Yes.
Councilor Cameron.
Yes.
Councilor Donahue.
Yes.
Councilor Khan.
Yes.
Councilor Lane.
Yes.
Councilor McCauley.
Yes.
Councilor Preston.
Yes.
Councilor Vogel.
Yes,
Councilor Shan.
Yes.
Thank you.
thank you.
Moving right on.
Moving right along to orders.
Before you read them, can I make a motion?
I would love to make a
So
motion.
let's do Order 505 to Budget and Finance, Orders 506 and 7 to Budget and Finance and Committee of the Whole, 508 to Budget and Finance, 509 to Budget and Finance, and I'll stop there. So it's all the BNF with the exception of the two tax rate one, the tax rate and the factor being Committee of the Whole as well.
As a friendly amendment, I'd add 510, Order 510 to Community Services.
Friendly.
Sounds friendly to me.
And I'll add Order 511 to General Government.
Like to,
Well- All right, never mind.
Never mind.
thank you.
Okay, so that was moved by Councilor Zede, seconded by?
Second.
Roll call.
Point of order.
Yes, Councilor
I
Wallace?
need to recuse from order 509.
Okay.
So just recuse from the whole. Just recuse from the
You going to recuse from the whole?
from this vote.
Just 509, right?
Just 509.
Okay. Can I make a suggestion that we leave 509 out of your mega motion? Proceed otherwise?
Okay.
Okay?
Okay.
So just for clarity's sake, this motion that we're all voting on is 505, 506, 507, 508, and 510.
Mhm.
Got it.
Shall I? Okay.
Roll call.
Councilor Wallace.
Yes.
Councilor Wright.
Yes.
Councilor Zede.
Yes.
Councilor Cameron.
Yes.
Councilor Donahue.
Yes.
Councilor Khan.
Yes.
Councilor Lane.
Yes.
Councilor McCauley.
Yes.
Councilor Preston.
Yes.
Councilor Vogel.
Yes.
Councilor Shan.
Yes.
And then that leaves us, I think, chronologically with 509. That would be
Refer to budget and finance.
Second.
Okay,
And Counselor Wallace is recused,
she is.
so roll call.
Counselor Wright,
Yes.
Counselor Zede,
Yes.
Counselor Cameron,
Yes.
Counselor Donahue,
Yes.
Counselor Khan.
Yes.
Counselor Lane. Counselor McCauley.
Yes.
Counselor Preston.
Yes.
Counselor Vogel.
Yes.
And Counselor Shan.
Yes.
So that is 509. Are we down to 511?
We are.
I'd like to make a motion for, to waive the rules and do an emergency preamble on this.
Second?
And approve at the same time?
It does have to be separate. I just looked at the charter. So yeah, the reason for this and the alacrity is that the Fish and Wildlife Service said on October 31st or November 1st, there's a 30-day comment period on the possible demolition at the Pink House. There's a meeting on the 20th where I think it would be good for us to at least message to our elected officials, federal and state, that we're concerned about this, and that's the reason for the emergency preamble rather than committee.
Okay. So is it just the emergency preamble?
Yes.
All right. Roll call.
On 511, emergency, declaring an emergency. Counselor Wallace.
Yes.
Counselor Wright.
Yes.
Counselor Zede.
Yes.
Counselor Cameron.
Yes.
Counselor Donahue.
Yes.
Counselor Khan.
Yes.
Counselor Lane.
Yes.
Counselor McCauley.
Yes.
Counselor Preston.
Yes.
Counselor Vogel.
Yes.
Counselor Shan.
Yes.
you.
A motion to approve?
Second?
Discussion?
I'll just say, I think, this was sponsored by Councilor Wright, Councilor Donahue, and myself, again, responding to citizens from Newburyport and elsewhere as well, as we heard. It's certainly significant for Newburyporters and the many of us who travel between Plum Island and the mainland. And again, there's no expense incurred by the city of Newburyport. We're simply trying to have the stakeholders continue to work on a land swap so that the building could be preserved and restored.
Further discussion? Counselor Donahue.
Sorry, I'm a little stuck in the chair. Thank you, President. I just want to echo the at-large council and also just add a little bit of background. I do feel this is a prime example of a piece of history that was once considered a negative that over, well, nearly a century has changed into something so intangibly beneficial to our community and our sister community, from the economic driver that it is to just being part of the landscape. I do feel we should do everything that we can collectively to ask our federal and state officials to really speak up on this issue before decisions are made and continue to look for a proper land swap. So just wanted to add my piece. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor Donahue. Further discussion? Seeing no hands, roll call.
Roll call on approving the Pink House resolution. Counselor Wallace.
Yes.
Counselor Wright.
Yes.
Counselor Zede.
Yes.
Counselor Cameron.
Yes.
Counselor Donahue.
Yes.
Counselor Khan.
Yes.
Counselor Lane.
Yes.
Counselor McCauley.
Yes.
Counselor Preston. Counselor Vogel. And Counselor Shan.
Yes. Ordinances.
That leads us to proposed first reading ordinance 129, which was on the table, moved to a date certain without a motion.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Discussion.
So first thing is I'd like to make a motion to, a friendly motion to amend, I'm the sponsor, to remove the words "the allocation" in B, so it will say prohibited from the handling or disbursement of funds held by any automated,
Second.
associated external organization. So let me start with that, and then I'll speak to the broader topic.
All right.
I've seconded.
Did you get that?
So are you moving to approve and amend, or is it?
No, just to amend first, to remove that word, just to get that out of the way, and then we can talk about the rest.
And just so I've got it, it's,
It's in B, the bottom of page 1. You strike the commas and the words "the allocation." So
Gotcha.
2 commas and 2 words.
All right. Roll call on the amendment.
So on the motion to strike out deallocation, those two words. Counselor Wallace?
Yes.
Counselor Wright?
Yes.
Counselor Zede?
Yes.
Counselor Cameron?
Yes.
Counselor Donahue?
Yes.
Counselor Khan?
Yes.
Counselor Lane?
Yes.
Counselor McCauley?
Yes.
Counselor Preston?
Yes.
Counselor Vogel?
Present.
Present?
Present.
Counselor Shan?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Counselor Zaid.
Thank you. So I just wanted to speak broadly and also be happy to give the committee report first, since I did continue this last time since we had the wrong version in the packet. So Ordinance 129, as you probably recall, has been in the packet. It has been in committee for some time. It was proposed back actually a year ago now, hard to believe, but it's been a year. It was 11/2022. It did come in large part in the sort of the wake of some of the challenges we had with the former Parks Department trying to provide a solution, as I said at the time, as opposed to just complaining and to find an answer. And there has been quite a bit of conversation about the language itself, but I think the intent was pretty clear. It was to try and create some definition around the relationship between department heads. And while we're using a sort of formal name here, associated external organization, it basically boils down to friends groups and trying to define something. So in this latest iteration, and now with this previous amendment, we essentially have, I think, a pretty simple ordinance that essentially, really has three particular provisions, A, B, and C. A is an idea that the department head can't serve as a voting member of the board, but it's not intended to inhibit them from being on the board as an ex officio member and participating. Certainly, that was something that came out in large part during the conversations, the importance of the collaboration. So that's A. The feeling here is that by not having to be voting members, it creates a little bit of that necessary, I think, separation between the organization and the department head, or in other words, really the city. B is now, again, with the removal of the word allocation, which I think came down to an intent question. I think the word allocation has some specific meanings in the nonprofit world, but the idea behind B, and what I think hopefully it says now, is we're talking about not handling or spending the money while it's still with that third party, with that external organization. So when it crosses the bridge, which is a process we do here roughly every 2 weeks through gift acceptances in many cases, that it would be subject, of course, to both the handling and disbursement. But while it's on one side, it's either on one side or it's on the other. It really can't be on both, and it shouldn't be reached across the bridge, so to say, and spent while it's still belonging to that organization. So that's B. And then C is a prohibition on sharing city resources. Finance, we had a lot of conversation about the word material in kind, so this isn't incidental copies and things like that. It's not even intended to talk about time. There's always time that goes into these things, but material things. The idea, obviously, is for the organization to be helping the city and not things sort of flowing in the other direction. So that's A, B, and C. I think it's imperfect, but I think it gets a framework, something that at least, creates some clarity for all parties. And with many of the things we do here, that's what we're trying to do, is create some clarity. Otherwise, everything's out there in the ether, so to say. Just in terms of addressing, there's not enough time to address the role of the city council versus the role of the executive branch. That's a very deep philosophical conversation, but I just want to speak as a sponsor. I don't think we're crossing any lines with this. I think we're creating some, again, fairly sensible and common sense boundaries, and that these would transcend any city council and any mayor, any executive branch, and that to me is one of the purposes of ordinances, is to create long-term durable things that we, as a community, and this has had process and has process, should be durable rules that aren't just a matter of policy that could change, for example, from one council or one mayor to the next. So that's my sort of pitch. I think it's simple. I think we beat it up quite a bit in committee. We did have a lot of comment from folks participating in some of these Friends of groups. In terms of the committee report, we brought it out again a meeting ago because we had the wrong version of the packet. Now we have the correct one. It was, at the end of the day, a 3-0 vote coming out of committee, and ask for your support and happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Questions, discussion? Councilor Khan?
Thank you, Council President. I do want to, in terms of since a year, this has really evolved, and initially my reaction was not in support. I do want to say I was one of the ones that supported. It came out 3-0 in Budget and Finance. I did thank the conversation. I want to thank a lot of the folks that came to the Budget and Finance Committee to share their concerns, their how they would be impacted, because that is the one thing that I encourage all of us to always consider is the ramifications of whatever we pass and codify its impact on the folks or the people that will be affected. So I really do think we've had good conversations and have seen this come through as an iteration that would address the problem that we're trying to solve. What is the law really trying to address? So I do think we're getting to that point. One of the things that came out, though, was the school department and the superintendent. And again, when I'm looking through to how this is really trying to talk about conflict, it's really related to this the fundraising entities. So to me, in looking through, and it was really good in the public comment to hear from the Newburyport Education Foundation, who does a significant amount of work for our community and our schools, to be able to know that we are not prohibiting that type of engagement to raise really critical funds used in our schools. So for me, that was the one piece I wanted to make sure that there was nothing that we were doing that would prevent any momentum that is really needed in our community. And the way it reads, I think I don't see it harming that way. So I feel like and I'd be curious to know if anyone else feels that way, but the superintendent's role, I feel like, has been clearly under the department head role, and I'm going to read the first part. Prohibited from serving on a board of directors as a voting member. And that was one of the things that was really important to understand, is the role of, like, for example, in the Newburyport Education Foundation, what is the role of some of the folks from the schools? And that was something I think when we heard the legal opinion, which we were provided in Budget and Finance, is regarding the superintendent and how the school entity kind of resides. So my only concern was to make sure that nothing like that was going to be damaged, I guess, so to speak, or influencing that. So with that said, with the other conversations I have, I will be supporting, because I don't think anything is going to be held up in anything that's trying to be done. So I'd be curious if anyone else has any other kind of questions, but I feel like we should vet it all out here if there are concerns, and this is the time to talk about it before we pass something like this. Thank you.
Further questions? Councillor Cameron.
Not a question, but just a statement. I'm not going to vote for this. I do think there's adequate checks and balances from the executive side. I appreciate the intent, and I understand, the past situations that may have been the impetus for this, but I do feel like we've got that in place. I think, and I'm not saying anyone's doing this, but I think these friends of groups, in whatever way, shape they are very common across Massachusetts. I can't speak for the rest of the country. But again, I mean, if you look at our own, granted it's the administration's policy and it could change at some point, but there is a gifts and donations piece at our financial policies manual. I think that's pretty tight. We have new checks and balances on our side about accepting gifts above a certain amount. So I think this is a solution for a problem that's already been addressed. Will it cause any great harm? Probably not, but I don't think it's all that necessary. So, thank you.
Further discussion?
Good.
Councillor Preston, then Councillor McCauley.
Sure, yes, thank you. I am going to agree with my fellow councillor at large on this. I do fully understand the intent. I really do understand, why this ordinance was put together. But I feel that this is an executive function to oversee the department heads. I feel like the policy that's in place for the department heads adequately addresses that. And I just feel like this is overreach on the part of the council. I don't necessarily see the need for this, and therefore I am going to be a no on this particular one. Thank you.
Further, Councilor McCauley.
Yeah, thank you, Council President. I will support this, and the reason being is, I want to, the intent is there, and I think they went through a good vetting process along the way to make the language what it was. But I do want to remind everyone that it's not what we think and think of people or whatnot, but there's been a couple of instances. The Attorney General's office on October 5th indicted someone, a department head in another city, and not only for larceny, but also for use of official position to secure privileges, among other things. There's 4 or 5 indictments that come with this. And it's the relationship that they then sent out a memo about that said, listen, there's an ethics under 248, I believe is the number, that says, listen, with city departments and any fundraising groups, regardless of how well-intended they are, there needs to be some arm's length between the 2 organizations. And arm's length then becomes the city councils or the Board of Selectmen need to write policies that separate those things. So clearly, the AGO who polices this and is way overwhelmed by the number of groups that are out here is suggesting to local city governments that they need to have a policy of some sort to make sure that we remind our department heads that, and we remind our friends groups that there need to be some arm's length district. So that's really where I'm coming from with that, and that's why I will support this motion. Thank you.
Further discussion? Councilor Vogel?
Thank you, Council President. I'm going to rise in opposition, and I'll be voting no. As my fellow at-large councilors stated, I believe that this is a gross overreach. I don't think that this is the purview of City Council at all. I think that whatever problem is trying to be solved should be handled by policy through the administration. I think we are stepping over the line. And again, just, when you think back a year ago, sort of the genesis of this, when we were involved in the madness at the beginning of the first term there, or the start of this term, the words fraud were being thrown out and all that stuff. I find the genesis of that and then coming to this to be something that I just cannot at all support. And I would urge everyone to just say no to this and let the administration administer. Thank you.
Further discussion? Anyone that hasn't spoken yet? Okay, Councilor Z.
Yeah, thank you. I feel compelled to respond because I think one of the great debates of our time right now is the role of the City Council and the role of the executive branch, not just in this, but in the broad sense. And it's an important debate, actually. I mean, you can read the charter, and that gives you some idea, and then you can kind of look at the body of work of the City Council, say, over the last 5, 10, 50 years. But what's interesting to me is it seems to be that there's some acknowledgement that there was at least some level of failure with some of the very recent events. I think it's fair to say that there's some spectrum of how big that failure was in the opinion of some versus others, but there seems to be some acknowledgement that some things were happening there that probably weren't ideal, let's put it that way. So we had a system where it was governed by policy and by the executive branch, and it failed very recently. And we have what I think is a very modest proposal to basically just put up some very light bumpers around this to say, hey, it's probably not a good idea for a department head to have, in a sense, a fiduciary responsibility to 2 organizations at the same time. The city, because they put on that department head hat and they're supposed to be looking out for the city, but then also wear that other hat as a voting board member potentially of a Friends of group and somehow pledge allegiance to that group as well. That's literally the definition of conflict. Why would we have people in that position? So that seems very troubling to me. In the second one, the handling and now disbursement of funds, I think one of the good outcomes of the challenges was that we did kind of corral around the gift acceptance process, and to me, as chair of budget, it seems to be working. We're getting them on a regular basis. We're turning them around very quickly. The finance director has developed a form which helps us do it even more fast because we anticipate the common questions, and it seems to be working. And I think it's inhibiting the bad behavior, which is gifts that are maybe less than beneficial to the city because we end up having to pump in so many resources that it in some way negates the value. So I mean, what's wrong with B? And in terms of C, I mean, I think the giveaway of sort of any city financial, kind of thing, or even material resources doesn't make sense to be giving. But again, if you go back to A, if you're wearing both hats at the same time, how do you do that? So I'm confused as to what's controversial. It was just called a gross overreach. That seems like a really strong statement for something that seems to me to be, when I talk to people, even people who were opposed to it early on, seem to understand. So we had a failure. We're trying to correct it. Clearly, the previous policy didn't work, so I think this makes sense. And then second is, the role of the council is basically oversight. I mean, in a lot of ways, that's the word that keeps coming to my mind, is oversight. We provide a check and a balance to make sure. So when there are failures on the executive branch, if they're never seen until it's too late, or until we're in here with somebody telling us, why didn't I get the bench I donated for 6 months ago? And we're saying, well, I don't know what bench you're talking about. Nothing ever ran through this body. That's a problem. So I would urge people to consider their position, and because I think this is a vote for transparency and process, and it actually isn't that hard. It's been whittled down so much that I think it's worthy of support.
Councillor Preston, then Councillor Vogel.
Thank you. I appreciate that explanation from the Ward 1 councillor. Frankly, I have no particular issue with either A or C. It's really around B. And to the previous example given by the Ward 5 councillor, ultimately, if somebody wants to act inappropriately or do something nefarious, even with this ordinance in place, those things could still happen, and ultimately it's going to be up to the AGO to be able to do something about that. For me, we have a policy in place. Once the money turns over, and I agree, we now have a very strong process for gifts to be accepted, so those things will come through. We will see those happen. Once the money is on the city's side, there are strong policies in place on how the department heads would manage those funds. But as it pertains to the monies and the allocation, when the money is still in hand of the Friends groups, I just don't understand why that needs to be here in our ordinance. So if there is a consideration for striking B from the ordinance as it stands, I would be happy to change my vote on that. But it's really around B where my concerns lie.
Councillor Vogel, then Councillor Zaid.
Thank you, Council President. I just was in response to the idea that, we had a failure and this is being corrected. I think that there was a perceived failure. There was no evidence of any type of failure or any type of mishandlings. I think that there was a lot of innuendo and allegations that necessarily were not taken to the full degree of exploration and conviction, if you will. So I object to that language as well.
Councillor Zaid.
So I just want to probe around B to make sure I understand. So the way B reads now is department heads shall be prohibited from the handling or disbursement of funds held by the external organization. So here's what that means to me. It means that there's the Friends of group over here, and they have a box and they put money in it. And then we have the city, and it has a box and we have money in it over here. We don't want the department head reaching into the other box until we take the money out and put it in our box and then spend it. That's actually consistent with state law, which I think we've had considerable conversations about here. So I'm open to conversation on B. In fact, I think if it's stricken, we still have the state law, but we still had the state law last year when there were issues, again, notwithstanding the debate about the depth or breadth of those, an agreement or not. I think there were issues. I stood on this floor and said that. We're not a court. I'm not a judge. I don't find people guilty. That isn't my job or our job. So my question is on B. So remember, the words allocation have been removed. So the handling or disbursement of the funds while they still belong to the Friends of group, what is the challenge with that? Because I am open to amendment if that's what it takes.
Councillor McCauley.
No.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Lang.
Thank you. Just to address some of the things I just heard, there actually was a disparity, and it was brought good by a Friends of group through an anonymous donation when the audit was performed, but seemed to just never catch anyone's eye or really anyone's attention for that matter. So just to clarify, there was a disparity when there was an audit done on a department. So to say that there was nothing ever wrong and it was merely speculation was false. And with that, I'm in support of this. If there's some amendments to be, great, but overall I'm in support of this.
Thank you, Councillor Lang. Councillor Preston.
Thank you. So I fully understand what the Ward 1 counselor is saying on this, and indeed, we do have state law. That's why I think we don't necessarily need this in an ordinance here. And indeed, we had state law when there were the issues that were all circling around in a previous department here. Again, there were these state laws in place when whatever municipality the Ward 5 counselor was in place, or is discussing. And again, people are going to get around things, no matter this is here or isn't there, if they really want to. That's why I don't feel that this needs to be in our ordinance. I feel this is an encumbrance that just is not necessary in our ordinance. We have a state law that oversees this. I don't think this is going to stop anyone who is really intent on stealing or misappropriating funds, and hopefully that would be discovered and dealt with through the AGO's office. So that's in particular why I don't feel that we need this encumbrance in our own ordinance today.
Councilor Zaid.
Thank you. So one of the things I've learned over the years is that sometimes we have these bodies of law at each level. Obviously, we learn, right, federal law supersedes state, supersedes local, but we sometimes put things in to call attention to them and make sure it's clear that it's important. But I've come this far, and I've got so little, so I just will accept a little bit less to be magnanimous, and if it fails, then this will be the end of the road for me. But I'd make a motion to strike B and leave what little is left, but just with the note on the record that it is indeed state law, and I hope that we can follow it.
I will second that.
All right. Councilor Lane, you put your hand down? Okay, so the amendment on the floor is to strike B. So let's take a roll call on the amendment.
It's roll call striking paragraph B. Councilor Wallace?
Yes.
Councilor Wright?
No.
Councilor Zeid?
Yes.
Councilor Cameron?
Yes.
Councilor Donahue?
Yes.
Councilor Khan?
Yes.
Councilor Lane?
Yes.
Councilor McCauley?
No.
Councilor Preston?
Yes.
Councilor Vogel?
Present.
Councilor Sheehan?
Yes.
Motion passes. Ordinance is now amended to strike paragraph B.
Discussion. All right, roll call.
It's roll call on approving as amending. Councilor Wallace?
Yes.
Councilor Wright?
Yes.
Councilor Zeid?
Yes.
Councilor Cameron?
No.
Councilor Donahue?
No.
Councilor Khan?
Yes.
Councilor Lane?
Yes.
Councilor McCauley?
Yes.
Councilor Preston?
Yes.
Councilor Vogel?
No.
Councilor Sheehan?
No.
Motion needing 6. Motion passes.
All right,
First reading.
first reading. All right, ordinance 47.
Motion to approve on second reading.
Second.
Roll call.
Short-term rentals, general ordinance, licensing, so the so-called licensing.
That is so-called. That would be 47, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Motion, Councilor Wallace.
Yes.
Councilor Wright.
Yes.
Councilor Zeid.
Yes.
Councilor Cameron.
Yes.
Councilor Donahue.
No.
Councilor Khan.
Yes.
Councilor Lane.
Yes.
Councilor McCauley.
Yes.
Councilor Preston.
Yes.
Councilor Vogel.
Yes.
Councilor Sheehan.
Yes.
Second reading passes. That leads us to 141, second reading zoning amendment STRUs.
Motion to approve on second reading.
Second.
Discussion.
Seconded.
Did you get the name?
Roll call.
Yes.
This is approving 141, second reading. Councilor Wallace.
Yes.
Councilor Wright.
Yes.
Councilor Zeid.
Yes.
Councilor Cameron.
Yes.
Councilor Donahue.
No.
Councilor Khan.
Yes.
Councilor Lane.
Yes.
Councilor McCauley.
Yes.
Councilor Preston.
Yes.
Councilor Vogel.
Yes.
Councilor Sheehan.
Yes.
Approved second reading. Which leads us to 160, second reading, zoning amendment, business park, indoor-outdoor recreation.
Motion approved.
Second?
Roll call.
Bless you.
Councilor Wallace.
Yes.
Councilor Wright.
Yes.
Councilor Zede.
Yes.
Councilor Cameron.
Yes.
Councilor Donahue.
Yes.
Councilor Khan.
Yes.
Councilor Lane.
Yes.
Councilor McCauley.
Yes.
Councilor Preston.
Yes.
Councilor Vogel.
Yes.
Councilor Shan.
Yes.
Thank you. Leads us to 161, second reading, Pleasant Street, 15-minute parking spot.
Point of order, could we include 160, 162, and 163 collectively?
Fine with me.
Second?
Second.
Yeah.
Second.
Discussion? Seeing no hands. Roll call.
This is on 161, 162, and 163, approving second reading collectively. Councilor Wallace.
Yes.
Councilor Wright.
Yes.
Councilor Zede.
Yes.
Councilor Cameron.
Yes.
Councilor Donahue.
Yes.
Councilor Khan.
Yes.
Councilor Lane.
Yes.
Councilor McCauley.
Yes.
Councilor Preston. Councilor Vogel.
Yes.
And Councilor Shan.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. Committee items.
Motion to, Budget and Finance, motion to approve Order 472, which is
Second.
$6 million roadway bond. Thank you. So first, I want to preface the committee report by saying I did a lot of hemming and hawing today about whether to bring this out, but it did exit committee last Thursday, 3-0. It was committee of the whole. We've had a couple meetings on it. Didn't have a lot of attendance last Thursday, but I do think that we had a good conversation, and I'm going to report to you what was learned, and I'm going to identify for you what the policy questions are, and I think we're at the point now where more committee time is not necessarily what's needed, it's debate that is needed, and I'm sure we will be having that tonight, so that's the opener. So this is a $6 million bond for road work and roadways and sidewalks, to be more clear, and associated things like drainage and so forth as stipulated. This comes off of the 2019 bond order that was passed by the then City Council, authorizing funds for roads. That bond order was never actually tapped or used, not a penny of it, so it remained intact. It actually remains intact today, but that bond order had some language in it that was sort of time-specific and so forth, so the whole genesis of doing another one was to clear up those issues so that the potential for the bonds to be issued would be. So the first important thing to know is that that bond hasn't been used, so we're not adding to something. And in fact, if you read the bottom of this order, we're rescinding that previous authorization and replacing it with this one. So there was a lot of information provided with it. We also had Director Amaral from DPS attend, who's, I think, been drinking from a fire hose with all the things going on. But one of those things has definitely been the roadway plan. So as you know, with the mayor's efforts, we've been working towards this 5-year plan. We've now had a couple of years. The last 2 years, we've supported the road work, not just with the Chapter 90, which we're all used to seeing at about $600,000 or so, but also supplemented then by ARPA funds. We had, at that time, allocated 2 years worth of funding from ARPA for road work. The end of that 2 years is now, so we're looking towards the next 5 years, and the proposal here is to do that $6 million. It's not an even distribution, at least not how it's proposed over the next 5 years. If you look at the schedule, there's actually, it sort of tapers down from 1.8 down to about 1 million in the final year. The bond, this is a bond authorization, so the funds will not be, we won't go out to market and bond until the funds are needed, which is typical. The finance department manages that actually, and they use a series of financial instruments depending on where they are. And this is not specific to road work, but anything, say the fire station or so forth, they may be using, for lack of a better term, a bridge loan or something like that, short-term instruments, and then they go out to the market, typically in the spring, and they'll roll up multiple bonding requirements into one. So it's not like if we pass this tomorrow, they'll go out and issue the debt, and we'll start paying principal and interest on it immediately. On to the plan and so forth itself. So Director Amaral has essentially, and I'm going to try and stay a little bit away from the plan itself because Councilor Wallace is not here, but the Ward 4 Councilor, the Chair of Public Works and Safety, has the newest 5-year iteration in her committee, and I believe intends to meet on that in the coming couple of weeks. This is really a discussion about authorizing the expenditure of $6 million towards that, and under what terms and conditions, if any. So Director Amaral did come. The first question that was asked was the operational capacity of DPS to actually do this volume of work relative to this volume of money. Director Amaral is confident that indeed we can make use of these funds and do so efficiently, although he did say there are a couple of areas that they need to beef up a little bit, I think, in order to be as effective as they'd like to. And probably the number one thing is engineering and oversight, two areas that he identified as sort of lacking in the past. As some of us know, ward councilors, they've relied typically on a third party, independent almost, to sort of oversee roadway projects, and that was noted as a deficiency, and we've seen a couple of efforts here to increase salaries and so forth to beef up the engineering department. So he feels can no longer do this with sort of not official proper oversight in that way, and they're facing those challenges. So we talked about the actual allocation of funds towards prior projects. The new spreadsheet that you received made an effort to try and indicate that. I mean, we asked one question was like, how much was Plummer Avenue, to do from top to bottom, including the traffic and so forth, traffic calming and the speed bump and all that stuff. And the answer on that, by the way, is it was about $600,000 or so was what was indicated. So they are trying to make an effort to do it, but some of the accounting challenges, I think, will remain for a little bit as they smooth out this new process, and Chapter 90 continues to be the pain in the butt that it always is. For example, we get it late in the year, so it's really a trailing. So this year we would spend last year's Chapter 90, and next year we'll spend this year's Chapter 90 just because of the way the timing comes up. So we did have a lot of questions about, well, what exactly are we getting, so to say? Like, what's the plan for this money exactly? Traffic safety, for example, did come up in some of the conversations. What are the streets? And that's where the 5-year plan kind of comes in. And that leads me to the amendment, which was suggested by the Ward 5 councilor, and you see that double underlined in the packet, which basically says that it's the bond order is what it is, except for the addition of the words consistent with the approved roadway and sidewalk plan submitted annually by the mayor. So the idea here was to take the funding and tie it back to the plan in some way. And I won't speak for the Ward 5 councilors. It was his suggestion, although I made the amendment committee as a committee member. But I think the intent was to be able to answer the question, what are we getting for the money, or how will we know what we're getting for the money? And no one can know what will be happening from 5 years from now, cost-wise, et cetera. So this would provide an annual process, which has become pretty much standard for what we've been doing over the last couple of years. So that was the intent there. In terms of a couple of financial things so the amendment, by the way, in committee was 2-1, just to tell you all the votes. It did come out of committee 3-0, and I'll just give you some last financial information. The debt service on $1.8 million, which is the proposed bond for the first year, would run about $180K, so the 10% rule holds as a good rule of thumb in terms of what the principal and interest will be per year. There are, of course, a lot of projects out there. We talked with the finance director about our old friend, the chart that shows everybody loves that chart that shows the debt, and we love to have arguments about it, and I'm sure we will. We will probably have an updated version of that at that joint school committee, city council meeting that the mayor mentioned. The other thing that was interesting that he mentioned is we have had a lot of conversations, at least in BNF, about this 2.5% of operating debt target, meaning spending 2.5% of your operating budget towards debt service. And his view was that if we bond the 1.8, this would take us up to about that 2.5% line. With that said, there is some debt rolling off in the coming years. The fire trucks and the high school are the two big ones, I think, in 2025. So ultimately, we did send it out of committee with this amendment, 3-0. Again, the amendment was 2-1. And as I mentioned, I think we started to have a little bit of this policy debate in committee. I'm not surprised anybody, it's the role of the council, so we will have that debate again here. But if the will of the council is really to send it back to budget, I will take it, but I think it's a question, and it's not something more committee time. If there's more information people want, we'll go chase it down. That's what we do. But you do at some point come to a policy question, and you need to just have that debate. This requires 8. just to remind everybody, as it is a bond order. No rules had to be waived because it's sat in committee for more than the 30 days, and we verified that, so we're all set.
Councilor Wallace's hand, and then
Thank you.
Councilor Khan.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to add on to that, or President, excuse me, add on to that, we will be discussing the plan in PWS on Tuesday of next week at our standing meeting. Would have liked to have done it last week, but because of the election, we couldn't fit in a meeting. So I absolutely support funding for streets and sidewalks. It's critical that we keep up with them, and I support the director's efforts, and I thank him for that. I would like to be able to discuss the content of the plan at our meeting. I would feel more comfortable having those discussions and allowing the public to weigh in and have them understand how the projects tie in with the funding. Overall, I feel like if there is a construction project, it should be part of the capital plan, and there should be dedicated funding, and it is something that we should be voting on. Things like maintenance or smaller projects, I'm not as concerned about specifically naming the project, but the problem comes when residents say, oh, well, I was promised, this sidewalk or that, but I say to them, there's no dedicated funding, we haven't voted on it, they have no answers, and they hear these year after year after year, and I think if we can work on dedicating funding for projects to a certain extent, I understand things change, but I think that would make a lot of sense. So we'll be discussing that next week. And in general, I think in bonding, we want to have it for capital funds, things like construction projects. I do think we should work towards street paving as a maintenance item in the annual budget, and hopefully the director can work towards that. But that was just my input, and I look forward to hearing what others have to say. Thanks.
Councilor Khan, and then Councilor McCauley.
Yeah, thank you, Council President. In committee, one of the things that we talked about from Director Amaral was aspects related to this funding, and one of the things that he had mentioned is it's hard to know. You really kind of collect how much you really need when you're first year out, first year or year and a half of what your real needs are and how much that costs. So one of the things I asked, because this is a 5-year plan, how is it typically done? And my intent was to make sure that we honed in on how the money could be used and get the best value of the money. At the end of the day, he did support that this bond amount is helpful, and it does help in that planning aspect. So my resistance, and actually the amendment, which if you see the plan that's in the other committee, is one of the things that's really stated extensively in the plan is that it will be changing, and it's a working document, and I could read it right here. It must be understood that this plan is a working document, and the estimated costs in the plan are estimates with limited funds set aside for unforeseen situations that may occur. And we heard that quite loudly from the Director Amaral. So I am going to actually I did not support this amendment, and I'm going to make an amendment to strike the amendment that was made in committee, which is to eliminate consistent with the approved roadway and sidewalk plan submitted annually by the mayor. Because I think this kind of makes the bond order just not a clean bond order. Instead, we're tying it to something that isn't really even a static document that you could point to, which is, again, changing. And we're limiting ourselves and creating problems when we are going to bond and holding up a process. So I make that motion to strike that amendment, if there's a second.
Second.
Is there a discussion on the amendment? Councilor Zede.
Just for clarity's sake, you're striking the words consistent with the approved roadway and sidewalk plan submitted annually by the mayor.
Correct. So Councilor Zede, then Councilor McCauley.
I can wait, I spoke.
Councilor McCauley?
Yeah, thank you, Council President. It wasn't what I was going to say at the beginning, but I'll pivot to this. I offered this. All of us came from a time when it was a wheel of fortune what street was going to get paved or not. We allocated money, and we asked for names of streets, and we told, you don't need to know that. And we heard from our constituents loud and clearly that what they wanted was, they wanted a plan. This administration embraced that and put forward names of streets. This amendment that was in there wasn't to hand tie or curtail the flexibility that DPS needs in doing their job, but rather it was to tie naming of streets and a consistent plan back to the transparency that the public deserves. And so it was nothing more than that. And a clean bond order here is really a blank bond order, if you will. And so I offered the language of the amendment simply to tie it into the plan that we already agreed to with the administration as we work in a quasi-symbiotic relationship that they present us a plan and we offer to fund that. But going forward, if there is no plan, they just can continue on, and we get further and further away from the transparency that the public asks us for, and we get closer and closer to where we were before, where we were guessing what streets were going to go forward. Thank you.
Anyone who hasn't spoken yet? All right, Councilor Zaid.
Yeah, so I just want to explain why I think this amendment, this language that's being proposed to be removed is actually an elegant solution that deserves your consideration. So if you take out the language, it just says, here's $6 million. Thank you. And that's it. It seems a little bit light to go back to constituents and say, we wrote a check for $6 million. By the way, there's an attached memo that has all this detail. So that's not part of the bond order. It's not. So under this bond order, actually with or without the language, the administration could bond the entire $6 million next year. Maybe that's not a bad thing because maybe that's a lot of roads. I don't know, but I don't know what I don't know. So how can I achieve my goals? Here are my goals. Number one is, I think it makes a lot of sense to make a commitment to roads and sidewalks in a meaningful way. I've spent 8 years on the council fighting for that, so it's hard when you come to a point like this and you're just looking for a little bit of oversight and you're put in a tough pinch where you're like, well, I want to spend the money on the roads. I want to make the commitment to make it clear that this is something we are going to do, something that has unfortunately fallen by the wayside quite a bit because we have so many demands, we all know that, and so it's easy for roads to become the thing that doesn't get done. And we keep using the word roads, but we're really talking about neighborhoods and drainage and sidewalks and traffic safety and all the stuff that actually consumes so much of our time here on the floor. And if you're a ward councilor, and even if you're not, so much of your time, because that's the end of the driveway issue that everybody's looking for. So it makes a lot of sense to me to make a real substantial commitment. A bond order is a way to do that. I do want to talk about the operating budget, but I'm going to reserve that for after the amendment is disposed of. So it's a little bit light to just give the $6 million with nothing else to it. We can't actually even say that there's any plan with it the way that it's written. We do have a good, I think, much like the previous ordinance, we're trending in the right direction. We're getting the 5-year plan. That's been positive. As there's a petition process, how effective it is, we're learning together, but residents have something. But as with anything, there's two ways to do it. We can either have the plan and ask for funding once we have the plan in front of us. It'd be nice, but it's not always possible. Or B, we can do in this case what we're trying to do, which is say, here's the money, because we know we want to commit to spending this, but please come to us and just at least tell us what you're going to do. And I think that is transparency and process that actually protects everybody. It protects the council because we have a process. It actually protects the administration because they're getting an opportunity to say, this is what we're going to try and do, and we hope that it's successful. And most importantly, it protects residents who can have something to rely back upon, a meeting they can go to, a voice can be heard. Even if we can't listen to them and do what they want, at least they're heard. The last thing I want to address is this concept of flexibility. So flexibility is great, but at some point the flex should probably end. Do you want to give flexibility? It's like changing your flight. It's a lot harder to change an hour before you're supposed to fly. Maybe a week is easier, maybe a year is easier. So here we're asking for annual intervals, and we're even talking about consistent with, which doesn't mean exactly the same as the plan. It just means, if you told us you were going to do 5 streets and then you change all 5 of them, that's not consistent. If you had 5 and one of them fell off because a water main was a problem on one, I think that's consistent. I know everybody wants to having written a lot of hard ordinances this session, everybody wants to write every possible scenario in. It can't be done. Consistent is a common word used in the law, and it just means, like, could a rational person look at it and think, yeah, they pretty much did what they said they were going to do. It's a bummer that X street fell off because the other street went over budget or over time, but at least they were consistent. So when you vote on this amendment, I'm just asking you to really consider the residents, because at the end of the day, it's not about us and our infighting. It's like the Ward 4 Council. Somebody told they were going to have something. I know we've all had that. I know I have. It's tough, and you get an earful for it, and there's only so much you can say, look, go talk to the mayor. You have to take some responsibility, and an appropriation this is our time. There is no other time. So I think the amendment should stay.
Thank you. Councilor Wallace has her hand up.
Thank you. The councilor from Ward 1 mentioned a few things I was going to say, but I just want to add, by state law, the council is in fact the highway commissioners. And this is very common in other cities and towns where the DPW or DPS director will come in, either to the council or to the select board, and say, these are the roads I want to do this year. But the board still votes on it and vets it and has a public process. So I think that's what we're looking to do. We're not saying you have to stick with this 5-year plan, but we're saying come to us every year and make it, with a plan that we can approve and have a public process, and we'll go from there. And hopefully there'll be trust on either side. And also with that, you can come in and kind of review how the last year went and see where those efficiencies are or what we can improve. So it's a constant, work in progress to get done what we can. So with that, I yield. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Wallace. Councilor McCauley.
Yeah, so I'd like to make a friendly amendment, if possible, to well, I guess it's not that friendly. So I'd like to leave in the amendment, but strike out approved in the roadway plan, and just leave it consistent with the roadway and sidewalk plans submitted annually by the mayor.
Second.
Discussion on that. Councilor Khan.
Yeah, thank you, Council President. And I do appreciate the intention to kind of get this not so rigid, but consistent is the term that I'm having a problem with, because we are setting up a process that we know is going to be a changing, evolving process. And we've heard this, and if folks came to Budget and Finance, Director Amaral gave examples. You could start a project and find out that you have uncovered things that will spend a lot more money, a lot more time, and you're not going to be able to get through the plan. We are, again, we're kind of locking ourselves in, and what we're forcing now is money is now being held up or contingent upon coming back before this body, and anything, even if it's whatever we call consistent to mean or to be defined as, we are holding up when we're releasing and saying we're approving this bond, but we're added this conditional statement that's actually clinging on to it more than we anticipate. And that's all I'm just telling us to just caution everybody about doing. We've done this with some other bond orders or money things, and it's come back before us where it's been held up here. So I really want to encourage that we look at, it does address, we said if we take this out, it doesn't address the intent. It does. If we read through this, it's very, very evident what this money is for. Again, tying it to something, though, that needs to be flexible is where I see the problem here. Thank you.
Further discussion?
So you have a second amendment now on the floor.
So we should probably vote on that.
All right.
So
On the amendment.
right now we have an approval motion. We have a motion to strike that whole statement, and now we have a motion to strike just that word.
Just the word.
Roll call on the motion to strike approved. Councilor Wallace.
Can you just say that one more time?
I could. So we have a motion to strike that entire sentence, which is on top of the original motion to approve. Now we have on top of that motion to strike the whole sentence, a motion to strike just the word approved. If that passes, that's
So it would read as how, again?
consistent with the roadway, striking the word approved, consistent with the roadway and sidewalk plan submitted annually by the mayor.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Point of order, and then the other amendment would then be still on the table?
It would be. because this is amending that amendment. Everyone understand?
Yes.
Well,
Right.
you got a couple of
Just-
head shakes, but
Just the
I
removal
agree
of
with you.
approved.
Okay, there's only a couple of
Then-
heads that matter.
Yeah,
No, I'm being facetious.
So
that's-
we'll dispose of this, and then we'll go back to
Right, the other amendment.
altogether.
One way or the other,
This motion to strike sits on top of that.
yeah.
All right,
Everyone clear?
Yes.
roll call.
Roll call. Councilor Wallace, on the motion to strike, the word approved. Yes. Councilor Wright.
Yes.
Councilor Zede.
Yes.
Councilor Cameron.
Yes.
Councilor Donahue.
Yes.
Councilor Khan.
No.
Councilor Lane.
Yes.
Councilor McCauley.
Yes.
Councilor Preston.
Yes.
Councilor Vogel.
No.
Councilor Shan.
Yes.
So the motion to strike passes, so the motion on the floor is to strike a sentence that would say, consistent with the roadway and sidewalk plan submitted annually by the mayor. The word approved is stricken from that motion.
Counselor Cameron?
Thank you. Yeah, I'm still in favor of striking this, and I'm kind of going back to, you know, I like it more with approved stricken, but I still think we're going to run into potentials, and maybe it's not this year, maybe it's in a future year, where that consistent language gets a little funky. Does consistent mean it's exactly, you know, if we you know, if there's a street and sidewalk plan and then there's some deviation of a minor degree, is that still consistent with the plan? If there's big changes, obviously that would not be consistent. But I think, you know, we know what it's going to get spent on. It's not going to get spent on anything else other than streets and sidewalks. If we approve the $6 million bond, it's not like the mayor's going to, and the DPS head are going to stop, you know, giving us, you know, street and sidewalk plans on an annual basis that are updated. So again, I just don't think that language is necessary. So I will vote to strike it with that amendment.
Counselor Zede, then Counselor Wallace.
So I guess as you vote on this, my question for you, and it's a rhetorical question, is when is it reasonable for a resident to ask if their street will be paved, and when? When is it reasonable for ask? Is it reasonable, let's say it's November right now, is it reasonable for a resident to ask today what will be paved next construction season? Is it reasonable on April 1st? Is it, this actually happened to me, is it reasonable to ask the week before it starts with no notice? Because that's actually happened to me, and it's once again, a double-edged sword. You can't catch a falling knife, but it's nice. You're going to get a road paved in your ward. On the other hand, they just told you 4 days before it's about to start, and you're scrambling, and your phone's ringing off the hook. So when is it reasonable? That's number one. Number two is, with due respect to the at-large counselor, it's barely clear what the bond is for in terms of roads, sidewalks, drainage, et cetera. We actually recently witnessed a modification of funding for a culvert that was, at the last sort of second, diverted towards the park project, and that was its own debate. But the benefit of that is it came through this council, and this council said, you know what? We understand the pieces that are at play here, and we agree. We should divert the funds from this culvert to this. Doesn't matter what you thought about the issue. The point was there was a process there, and people who were happy or unhappy had a chance to come and stand at that microphone and tell us. With this, roads, sidewalks, drainage, I mean, it's all good stuff, don't get me wrong, but you could do 2 or 3 streets in the city and soak up $6 million with no public process or knowledge. For example, one of the big debates in the last bond order, which again, no good deed goes unpunished, but trying to get a little bit less specific with this one was the import of having local streets, what we called local streets at that time, get some attention. For example, my ward, which is full of tiny streets that never get attention because they're too small to attract grants, they don't carry a lot of cars, but for those neighbors, they're really, really important. So when is it reasonable? So this, what the councilors are arguing for is flexibility, basically unlimited flexibility. Just do your best with the $6 million. If you decide tomorrow you need to start on some street, go ahead and do it. You're doing the best you can. And I'm just saying that's not really how we do things. It would be nice to have something. And the word approved has been stricken. Seems like a pretty good offer, in my opinion.
So, Counselor Wallace.
Thank you, President Sheehan. I just want to kind of weigh in, and I'm not trying to be combative here, I'm just trying to offer a different way of thinking of this. The 5-year plan, in my mind, is kind of like the CIP, where it's kind of a planning document, and it's like, okay, this is what we think we want to do, this is approximate cost, et cetera, et cetera. And then the annual plan, to me, is like when the mayor submits his annual capital expenditures, and that's where we say yes or no. If the word consistent were different, I'd be okay with that, because I understand 5 years is a long time, things are going to change. What's most important to me is having that annual review, just like we review budgets annually. I just think it needs to be part of the process, and so I'd be open to, language changes on the consistent with the 5-year plan. But it's critical, I think, to have something like this every year with a planning document in hand. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Wallace. Councilor Zede.
Well, I just want to point out, it does say with the plan submitted annually by the mayor. So I think, at least if I'm reading the language the way I read it, is yes, every year you get a 5-year plan, but it's really that first year that some may pay closer attention to, but it is designed to be an annual review. The other thing I wanted to mention I forgot was that word consistent. So just the words consistent, material, substantially material with, they're just things that we see all the time. So I'll give you an example. When we have a zoning ordinance and we modify it and we have this debate, does it need to be re-advertised? We always debate, is it a material change? So that is a collective conscience kind of thing, and you know it when you see it. And so, again, that's what I was trying to get at before. Everybody wants us to write every possible scenario. Hey, if the linear footage of the street increases by 8.2%, it's material, and anything under that's not material. It's not how it works. We have to have some flexibility within the language itself, but to give at least, again, some bumpers around this thing. So I do disagree on that with the at-large counselor that, we don't know what material is, or we've never heard what that term is. Just trying to get something to hang on to.
Councilor Preston.
Thank you. So I do see both sides of this. I did sit in on the committee meeting where this was discussed, and I certainly heard loud and clear from Director Amaral about the need for some flexibility as they move through the process, and that things can come up unforeseen that may, need them to call an audible, to use a football reference. But I am prone to voting yes on this with the approved language, word stricken from the amendment, because I think it gives enough flexibility to the administration so that it doesn't necessarily need, that the plan does not have to be approved by the council. However, I do think we should have an annual plan submitted by the mayor so that there is, for the ward councilors, the ability to be able to work with their constituents and help all of us really understand what the plan is. So I'm going to rise in support of this with the amendment to get rid of the word approved. Thank you.
Just a point of order, the amendment that's on the floor is to strike the whole
Understood.
the whole
I guess
thing.
what I was signaling is I'm not going to
Just to be clear, that's
vote
all.
for getting rid of the entire thing.
Got it. Further discussion? All right, roll call.
Okay, so the motion that we're voting on is to strike that statement without the word approved. Councilor Wallace.
No.
Councilor Wright.
No.
Councilor Zede.
No.
Councilor Cameron.
Yes.
Councilor Donahue.
No.
Councilor Khan.
Yes.
Councilor Lane.
No.
Councilor McCarley.
No.
Councilor Preston.
No.
Councilor Vogel.
No.
Councilor Sheehan.
No.
So what we have in front of us right now is
What was in the packet minus the word approved.
Exactly.
correct.
Took us a while to get there. I understand how you got lost along the way.
Last but now found. So the word approved, that was a long debate to get rid of one word.
Motion to approve as amended.
Yeah, there is a motion to approve on the floor, but as amended. Council Z made the original motion?
I did.
And you're making a second motion on top of that, or you want to just?
No.
It's the same underlying motion now.
All right,
So approve as amended,
Roll
first,
call.
seconded. Meeting 8. You ready?
yes.
Vote on 472 as amended, approval. Council Wallace.
Yes.
Council Wright.
Yes.
Council Z.
Yes.
Council Cameron.
Yes.
Council Donahue.
Yes.
Council Khan.
Yes.
Councilor Lane.
Yes.
Council McCauley.
Yes.
Council Preston.
Yes.
Council Vogel.
Yes.
Council Shan.
Yes.
Meeting 8, receiving 11. Bond passes.
Motion to receive communication 514.
Second.
Thank you. This is a letter from the Retirement Board regarding their annual budget. And I think, actually, in previous years, this would have been received and filed in the packet, and it got referred to committee. Honestly, we didn't have too long of a conversation. They send us these notices largely because a state statute requires them to, but we don't have any actual control or debate. So 3-0 in committee to receive and file.
Discussion. Roll call.
Approving, receiving and filing 514. Councilor Wallace.
Yes.
Councilor Wright.
Yes.
Councilor Z.
Yes.
Councilor Cameron. Councilor Donahue.
Yes.
Councilor Khan.
Yes.
Councilor Lane.
Yes.
Councilor McCauley.
Yes.
Councilor Preston.
Yes.
Councilor Vogel.
Yes.
Councilor Shan.
Yes.
So, motion to approve collectively transfer 171 and 172.
Second.
Thank you. So 171 is a water retained earnings, 130,000 to a purchase of a new truck, 130,000. First thing is, so free cash has certified and so have retained earnings of the enterprise fund. So just letting you know that those funds are now available. This is the first utilization of them, but the tax rate conversation that's coming is the first proposed use of free cash as well. So just wanted to give you that quick update. So this is a direct purchase of the truck. This isn't a 3-year deal or lease to own or any of that stuff. During last year's CIP, we were reminded that we didn't fund any new equipment, and at that time there was that flex in the leadership at DPS, and so that we just kind of held off. With that said, this is a replacement, one-for-one replacement of a truck that's the same. The truck basically fell apart, for lack of a better term, and cannot be repaired in any way, shape, or form, and it's a necessary truck. It probably will take 8-ish months to get this truck. So unfortunately, we're going to be in the tough position of having to rent a truck, most likely in the interim, because this is a sort of a frontline truck for the water department, and as you probably know, during the winter, all DPS vehicles from all the divisions plow if and when and where they are needed. The DPS director was very sort of, sad that he had to come for a vehicle outside of a capital improvement plan. That's a big thing of his, as he explained to us, but it cannot drive and it cannot be fixed, so it is what it is. We asked if the Water Sewer Commission was made aware of this purchase. They are. They don't approve expenditures like this or anything like, or even make recommendations in that sense, but they are aware of it. The water retained earnings balance is 1.3 million, so this is 130 out of that. It's a consistent battle in that department for them to have enough to support capital, and we know there are lots of water projects out there, but this is a very immediate need. It was 3-0. Transfer 172, which I just did collectively, if hopefully folks are okay with that, but this is a transfer from free cash to the opioid stabilization fund. Try and summarize as quickly as possible. There was that large settlement that was national news, and then the money came through the state. We did set up this fund, this opioid stabilization fund, to capture that money, and then so that we could track it against the purposes that are allowed. So that's already done. There's no debate about that. However, when you set up a new stabilization fund, it does not become a thing until the new fiscal year starts. So when we received these payments before the fiscal year ended, the last fiscal year, they went into the general fund. Now we're taking them out of the general fund and putting them sort of where they belong in the opioid going forward, and there actually have already been more receipts in the interim between the start of the fiscal year and now will automatically go into this fund. So we don't have to do this transfer all the time. Like any stabilization fund, it's 6 in and 8 out. So 6 to put money in and 8 to take it out, and the 8 have to be done consistent with the purposes of the fund, which again we defined when we established it. So this is a cleanup. It was 3-0 as well.
Thank you, Councilor Z. Discussion. Roll call.
So on transfer 171, 172, Council Wallace,
Yes.
Council Wright,
Yes.
Council Z,
Yes.
Council Cameron,
Yes.
Council Donahue,
Yes.
Council Khan,
Yes.
Council Lane,
Yes.
Council McCauley,
Yes.
Council Preston,
Yes.
Council Vogel,
Yes.
Council Shan.
Yes.
Motion to approve transfer 173.
Second.
Okay, so I promise this transfer looks a lot worse than it actually is. We had a lot of prior year bills that came in after the fiscal year closed. And then there's that period of time, as you know, where we're allowed to dip in and pay last year's bills. But what we were doing, because free cash was frozen, is we were paying prior year bills from this year's budget. So we were robbing this year's money to pay last year's bills. And the problem with doing that is eventually you catches up with you at the end of this year, and then you could be in a cycle that never ends. So we had been asking on the committee, when free cash and retained earnings freed up, could you take the money out to cover all those bills so that the current year budgets could all sort of be brought up level to where they were, so that we end the cycle and we don't have to keep doing this over and over. So that's what this basically is. So you've got a long list of like prior year bills. We already approved the vast majority of these. There may be one or two that are in this packet here that we'll do, but we've already approved paying them. They have been paid. So now all we're doing again is taking money now from our savings, which is now unfrozen, our retained earnings and free cash, topping up the current year budget so that all the lines in the budget go back to where they were, and they should hopefully not go into deficit because they were trying to catch up with prior year bills. So it's 3-0 in committee on this. I won't give you all the amounts, but that's the story.
Councilor McCauley.
Thank you, Council President. Just a quick question. We seem this year to have a large number of late bills, right? Our time's so good that the bills are coming so late. Is there any method to this? Do we have an explanation they just came late?
Yeah, we didn't get a direct explanation as to I do agree, just from experience, it seems to be a higher than normal volume. My personal speculation is that with the change at DPS and the business director and so forth, there were bills maybe sitting on a desk or something like that for longer than they should have. But if the finance director's here, Andrew left, but I would defer to him if there's, and maybe it is vendors billing us late, if he wishes to address it.
Director Manning, I've let you speak. Really did. Director Manning?
He's not touching that.
We tried.
We can ask if you wish. I can email and send or circulate any response that's received.
Thank you.
Okay. Councilor Wright.
So these, I'd just like to perhaps ask the administration to true up what's really free cash, because the next thing we'll be voting on too is another $500,000 that escaped into free cash and is now being reclaimed. So the certified free cash amount does not reflect what's actually if you take those transactions into consideration.
Any other discussion? All right, roll call.
Approving transfer 173. Councilor Wallace.
Yes.
Councilor Wright.
Yes.
Councilor Zede.
Yes.
Councilor Cameron.
Yes.
Councilor Donahue.
Yes.
Councilor Khan.
Yes.
Councilor Lane.
Yes.
Councilor McCauley.
Yes.
Councilor Preston.
Yes.
Councilor Vogel.
Yes.
And Councilor Shan.
Yes.
Thank you.
Next is a motion to approve transfer 174.
Second.
So transfer 174 comes in as a transfer and looks like a transfer, but what it really is an approval of a 3-year union contract, so I want to make sure that's up front. As we know now from state law, approving the first year's funding for a contract like this essentially binds the city, so we don't have a separate order for the union contract and the transfer. The transfer is both of those things. So with that in the backdrop, this is a 3-year, this is the police officers union, not to be confused with the superior officers union, which is a contract that's also out this year and will be dealt with later. If you recall, going back to the beginning of the fiscal year, we always allocate a budget contingency to handle presumed union contracts that will expire during the fiscal year. We appropriated in the budget process about $105,000. We are using about $75,000 of that contingency towards this contract. And so this is a 3-year contract. Usually we always start with this. It's a 2, 1.5, 1.5, so 2%, 1.5, 1.5. Those are the so-called COLAs. But there were definitely some other changes. Perhaps the big one, because it shows itself so clearly in the transfer, is that we're basically, they're rolling in all of the stipends into the base pay of each officer. So for example, there was a police accreditation allowance, there was a police technology stipend that was really, related to body cameras when those came into, and then there's a few other things as well that got rolled in that had been done over the years, essentially as side letters and so forth. So then net, basically just getting rid of all the side stuff and just this is your base salary. It definitely helps clean things up. From a financial perspective, obviously, there are things that compute based on base salary, so we need to be aware of that. Most notably, pension and other retirement obligations will come off of the base. We did have a conversation about that. It's hard somewhat to triangulate the exact impact on that long-term, like 100-year horizon, but there certainly will be. But we can say, looking at the transfer, that the $75,000 that's coming from that contingency that I mentioned basically represents the city's, the other ones, the stipends and so forth, are basically just being rolled in. So those are almost one for one, but the budget contingency really represents that first year 2% increase. So it gives you a sense of a scope of 1.5% will be a little bit less than that, give or take, when you factor in compounding and so forth. In addition, attached to the document to the transfer was a red line, if you happen to catch the link, but then there was just sort of a summation of the different things, and we did go through those. But I'll try and give you some of the highlights. Number one is the ability for hires coming in from outside of the city to basically be able to be level with their previous position. I think this was an effort to try and make it a little bit easier to attract new folks to the city to work rather than having them essentially come to the city and reset at the first step, if I can use that term. There's a release provision about going home early for a holiday and so forth. Dispatch shifts are also something that have been in the contract for a while, but during June, July, and August, overtime will be hired on a one-to-one basis from, if an officer has to act as a dispatcher, they'll handle it that way. And same thing goes for during the Yankee homecoming. There's sick leave, accreditation stipends. Again, the body-worn cameras are getting rolled in, so you see those kind of, I think that's the best summary that I can give. So as I mentioned, the superior officers will be the next contract, and that's, I believe, the only other union contract expected this fiscal year, and the remainder of the budget contingency will remain in place to help support that effort. And the finance director seemed hopeful that they would be able to come to an amenable end, just as they were in this one. So it was 3-0 in committee.
Thank you, Councilor Z. Discussion. Roll call.
Roll call approving transfer 174. Councilor Wallace.
Yes.
Councilor Wright.
Yes.
Councilor Zede.
Yes.
Councilor Cameron.
Yes.
Councilor Donahue.
Yes.
Councilor Khan.
Yes.
Councilor Lane.
Yes.
Councilor McCauley.
Yes.
Councilor Preston.
Yes.
Councilor Vogel.
Yes.
Councilor Shan.
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion to approve transfer 170.
Second.
This is the paid parking fund, the downtown parking fund, with a balance of $1.03 million, transferring $12,500 to highway restrooms. Brief history, just a couple weeks ago, we had the supplemental budget roll through here, and included, potentially proposed in there, was a supplemental line for these bathrooms. But it did not meet, I think, positive reaction in budget and finance, so it was ultimately pulled. And in consideration and out of sort of request by the committee, and I think it was fairly unanimous in committee, that we thought a one-time transfer would make more sense than a supplemental, which would theoretically roll over, and two, that the paid parking fund would likely be a better alignment for the restrooms, because there are lots of restrooms in the city, these porta potties, but this transfer is specifically for downtown ones, and it's specifically to handle heavy cleaning on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, basically during the heavy season. So that was the argument. The administration did kindly listen, and so that other one was pulled out. This one is placed in its it put in its place. It was 3-0 in committee. We did not finish, but we started probing around what's the deal with all the restrooms in town and when are they open, the Cashman ones, the Plum Island Point, the parking garage has a couple of restrooms in it. So I think that could be something maybe we talk further about during budget season. There's 3-0 in committee.
Thank you, Councilor Seed. Discussion. Roll call.
Transfer 170. Councilor Wallace?
Yes.
Councilor Wright?
Yes.
Councilor Zede?
Yes.
Councilor Cameron?
Yes.
Councilor Donahue?
Yes.
Councilor Khan?
Yes.
Councilor Lane?
Yes.
Councilor McCauley?
Yes.
Councilor Preston?
Yes.
Councilor Vogel?
Yes.
And Councilor Shan. Thank you.
Yes.
So that's it for business tonight, but I do want to key you in that we have a standing meeting on Thursday. This is the tax rate meeting because we have to get it out preferably. If we go past the end of December, it's a big challenge and problem. So while it's not a statutory limitation, so with Thanksgiving, holiday and all that, Thursday's the big night, so come in, bring your free cash coffee, and have a seat, and we'll debate it. We have the same beautiful heat map charts that I'm going to walk you across the columns and the rows, so we'll be looking forward to that. Number one. Number two, we've got basically 2 more meetings left for budget, so I think we're going to try hard to finish the impact fee on short-term rentals and bring that out the last meeting of the year in December. We did start that conversation, at least get oriented on it at our committee meeting. Atkinson Common and ARPA, I don't know. I just don't know. It doesn't seem like we're going to have the momentum, to be honest, because those are more substantive. And then there were a few things that came in tonight, but they seem to be more mundane transfers, so I do anticipate those coming in. As always, we can carry things to the next session if we so choose, but just to be fair, with the volume of work and some of these heavy things that take more time. So that's my current outlook as chair, but Thursday, please, if you can come, please do, because otherwise you'll meet the tax rate on the floor, and it's never a fun thing. So I yield. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Zede. Councilor McCauley.
Thank you. Motion to approve Communication 513.
Second.
This is the appointment of the head librarian, Kevin Bork. Mr. Bork came to our committee tonight and talked with the committee. He talked about his 15 years of experience. This is a larger group than he's dealt with in the past, but he sees it as a great opportunity, expand positive impact, opportunities to collaborate. When asked about his biggest challenge here, he said, getting the labor situation settled. He said he's working diligently with the mayor's office and the volunteer program, hopes to have resolution over time. When asked what he would bring from another community, he mentioned his work with the DEI community in his other places, and would like to include the practices of DEI to gain accessibility into the library's mission going forward. We had recommended 3-0 for approval of this.
All right, discussion. Roll call.
Approving Communication 513. Councilor Wallace?
Yes.
Councilor Wright?
Yes.
Councilor Zede?
Yes.
Councilor Cameron?
Yes.
Councilor Donahue?
Yes.
Councilor Khan?
Yes.
Councilor Lane?
Yes.
Councilor McCauley?
Yes.
Councilor Preston?
Yes.
Councilor Vogel?
Yes.
And Council President Shan.
Yes.
I'd like to, first of all, make a motion on Communication 474, the Newburyport Public Art Policy, to receive and file that.
Second.
The reason that we want to receive and file, this was a communication that came in from the administration some months ago based upon an ad hoc committee that happened. It was too big. It had a plan to set up the community, policy guidelines, references, pictures, all of that stuff. And so we've subsequently broken it up into different pieces, which we'll then explain. The reason I'm doing this first is to explain why you're getting so much data and information in the packet about this, but this was really an attempt by the administration to do some legislative things, and it didn't just quite. So let's receive and file it and move it along. Thank you.
Discussion. Roll call.
Receiving and filing Communication 474. Councilor Wallace?
Yes.
Councilor Wright?
Yes.
Councilor Zede?
Yes.
Councilor Cameron?
Yes.
Councilor Donahue?
Yes.
Councilor Khan?
Yes.
Councilor Lane?
Yes.
Councilor McCauley?
Yes.
Councilor Preston? Councilor Vogel?
Yes.
Councilor Shan?
Yes.
Motion to approve ordinance 157 on first reading. This is, gets to the substantive part. This is an ask that we establish a public arts committee and adopt it by the city council. We'll have a policy discussion later. This is just setting up the committee as it is now. The suggested recommendation is 7 members, as you can see here on the late file that's listed here. And the committee itself will study the needs and possibilities and resources of the city. There seems to be a demand that people would like to give art to the city. And they're asking for demands of some of the committees that are, departments that are accepting it now. If they'd like to put it in the park, they're putting stress on the Parks Commission and the Parks Maintenance Group. If they'd like to put it somewhere else, it's subsequently creating stress there. This would, in a way, create a committee similar to the CPC department, and the similar process that would lay out that says you submit an application, it's reviewed, and then it's approved going forward. From the committee standpoint, we voted 3-0 to accept this and to move forward with it, but I'll yield to the sponsor for any insights.
Councilor.
Yes, thank you. So let me first apologize for having about 100 extra pages in the packet unnecessarily tonight. And the rationale, the reasoning for that. So as the councilor from Ward 5 mentioned, so I originally submitted this as an ordinance with both the development of the committee as well as the policy, the accompanying policy. Upon recognition of the fact that, having 50 pages of policy in our Code of Ordinances really did not make a ton of sense. We have broken this into 2. In our packet tonight is Order 510, which is the broken off policy piece. So the ordinance as it stands, Ordinance 157, is just to develop the committee itself. And I do want to recognize the work of both Special Project Manager Kim Turner, as well as an advisory committee that the mayor put together back in early spring. So that committee it consisted of myself as well as Ms. Turner, but also artists from the community, members from the Cultural Commission, Cultural Council, I guess it is, as well as the Parks Commission. And we recognize the need to put together a formalized policy and committee to specifically manage this. As we heard in our committee meeting earlier this evening, the Parks Commission has been taxed with this previously because most of the art that's been donated to the city has been on Parks property. But ultimately, they feel overwhelmed by it. They feel like they don't necessarily have the expertise for it. And we felt that it was a good move for us to develop this committee, formalize a process, and hopefully a policy behind that. And so, as a councilor from Ward 5 mentioned, the ordinance came out tonight. It does, of course, as an ordinance, need 2 readings. We would be hopeful to get this done before the end of the year. We hope to discuss the policy at our next committee meeting, and then again, hopefully we can bring that out to the full council and have that also approved as an ordinance, or sorry, as an order. It would only take the 1 vote. So, I think this is a really good move. I think the Parks Commission would appreciate us taking this off of their plate and putting it into a committee that has a little more expertise around it. Again, as the chair of the Community Services Committee mentioned, we have structured this to be similar to the CPC, where proposals come into the committee will review them, prioritize them, and then push them out to the full council for approval. So I think it's a really strong process, and I think it's something that all areas of the city would really appreciate. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Preston. Further discussion, Councilor Zeid.
Yeah, thank you. I like the idea, and I'm supportive of it, and will support the ordinance. My only question is, at the moment, is the inclusion of a city staff member as a member is, I think, kind of unique. I don't really know of any other, I've been trying to rack my brain here, other boards where a city staff actually sits on the board. Obviously, most boards and commissions have a liaison who's a staff member. So I didn't know if that was discussed, and obviously I understand if you took them out, you'd have 6, and so that wouldn't make sense. So maybe you get rid of one cultural council member too, so you have 5. But before I thought about that some more, or talk more about that, I just wanted to see if there was any vision for that, and also just, I guess, assuming the city staff wouldn't require additional pay to be on this board, because if it's potentially you send a union person to it, then you may incur something in the contract. And that could even be true if you send a department head. So I just didn't know if that came up in conversation at all, or if that was a strong need along the way.
Councilor Preston?
Yeah, frankly, we hadn't discussed the need for extra pay, which is an interesting angle on this. But frankly, where I really envision this is someone coming from the planning office, so that there is the overall perspective from the planning office about public art as it pertains to, again, not just parks space. The vision would be a representative from the mayor's office, most notably probably the special projects manager, and then the city staff would really, at this point, I would envision that as being Jordy Vining out of the planning office. But your point as it pertains to extra pay, I had not considered, and frankly would need to understand their union contracts better to even understand if that's a perspective here.
Councilor McCauley?
Yeah, so would the sponsor be open to an amendment to striking number 5 and adding 2 members of the Art Association in general as a friendly amendment to this? We'll get you to you still.
You mean increasing from 1 to 2, number 2?
Decreasing 5 to 0 and increasing number 2 to 2.
Sure. Then as soon as that, Councilor Wright.
Yeah, just to very quickly to respond to that in particular, I mean, frankly, the Newburyport Art Association does not have a lot of full-time staff. So pulling 2 people from the NAA would seem onerous.
All right. Councilor
I
Wright?
understand your perspective, but that would seem onerous on
Thank you, Council President. I think number 6 raises the same issue. So 5 and 6 are city employees. So we'd have, if you expand your motion to include both, I think it's the same issue. The city staff and a representative from the mayor's office is another body, so that's 2
So you
people.
could reduce them, you could reduce both and then get to 5.
And get to 5. That would be my recommendation.
Councilor Donahue?
Thank you. I do want to point out one commission that does in fact have it in their statute to have a city staff member, and that is the Newburyport Commission on Disabilities. They don't currently have one, but it is in their mandate by the state, so that's one example of one that has one. It does make sense to maybe not have there be 2 staff members, but it does make sense to have one. But if you're looking to bundle that into one, maybe you have an additional member of the public that is an artist, where there's plenty to choose from there. I don't think there's any shortage. So that would just be my suggestion.
Councilor Cameron?
Maybe it's just adding couple more citizens, so 2 additional citizens instead of the 2 city staff. I'm just kind of wondering, 7, is it easier to get a quorum if a couple of people bag it when you're down to 5? So I don't know. I know the percentages are the same, but that might be the way to do it.
Councilor Preston?
Yeah, I mean, I would like to see us still have someone from city staff here. I would be amenable to taking out, maybe taking someone, the representative from the mayor's office, and then just leaving it at city staff so that there is some flexibility within city staff. Obviously, someone from the mayor's office is still city staff. And I think the most logical way to bring us back to 7, as suggested by the at-large counselor, would be a local artist. There certainly seems to be a plethora of them around town. So
Okay.
that would make the most sense to me. But
Counselor Z?
Yeah, I think that could work, at least speaking for myself. My only suggestion would be, so if you strike number 6 and you just leave city staff, that's fine. I would just take number 2 and make it 2 members. But instead of saying Newburyport Art Association, I would just say residents, because it's also kind of strange to call out a specific private organization. And unless I'm wrong, the Art Association is a private organization. So 2 would just give you the flexibility. You could appoint both of them from the Art Association. And then I just want to key in on the fact that I would suggest residents if possible. I know that comes up from time to time. Can they live in the city or not? But 2 residents for a term of 3 years. And that's pretty generic. You could get 2 artists. You can get both of them from the NAA. You can get them from anywhere else you like. That would be up for the mayor when appointing, and for the council to say, why do you think you should be on this commission, and them to make the case with their resume, as we pretty much do every 2 weeks. So maybe I'll make that amendment. Okay, I see a nod.
Yeah.
I'll make so moved. So strike number 6 and change number 2 to 2 residents for a term of 3 years.
Second?
Second.
yeah, sorry, I could have seconded that.
Discussion. Good with that? All right, we're going to vote on the amendment.
Roll call on the amendment, which is, as aforesaid. Councilor Wallace.
Yes.
Councilor Wright.
Yes.
Councilor Zede.
Yes.
Councilor Cameron.
Yes.
Councilor Donahue.
Yes.
Councilor Khan.
Yes.
Councilor Lane.
Yes.
Councilor McCauley.
Yes.
Councilor Preston.
Yes.
Councilor Vogel.
Yes.
Councilor Shan.
Yes.
Approve as amended on the floor.
All right. Roll call on the order.
Roll call on 157, first reading, approve as amended. Councilor Wallace.
Yes.
Councilor Wright.
Yes.
Councilor Zede.
Yes.
Councilor Cameron.
Yes.
Councilor Donahue.
Yes.
Councilor Khan.
Yes.
Councilor Lane.
Yes.
Councilor McCauley.
Yes.
Councilor Preston.
Yes.
Councilor Vogel.
Yes.
Councilor Shan.
Yes.
Thank you.
Congratulations. We have nothing further from community service this week. Thank you.
All right. So, general government. Motion to approve ordinance 146.
Second.
So this is the long-awaited amendment to Chapter 234, Responsibilities of Committee on Community Services. We kept this in committee because we wanted to make sure that Director Amaral had a chance to get his feet wet in the job and want to get his input on it. He is fine with the way the wording is and spoke on behalf of DPS and how the Parks Department is being integrated well into the DPS department, and is no problems with the way we have it set up here for the community services. So the committee voted 3-0 to approve. Discussion? Roll call.
Roll call on approving first reading 146. Councilor Wallace.
Yes.
Councilor Wright.
Yes.
Councilor Zede.
Yes.
Councilor Cameron.
Yes.
Councilor Donahue.
Yes.
Councilor Khan.
Yes.
Councilor Lane.
Yes.
Councilor McCauley.
Yes.
Councilor Preston.
Yes.
Councilor Vogel.
Yes.
Councilor Shan.
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion to receive and file communication 506.
Second.
Yeah, sorry, Council President, my 17-year-old is a voluntary board member of the Y, so the State Ethics Commission said I should file a Form 23BC, which I have not done yet, so I will be filing that with the clerk's office, but for now, I'll just recuse.
Okay, thank you.
You're talking on communication 506?
Yes.
Yep.
All right, so this is the communication that we received back from the administration regarding the items of interest for the Brown School. We think that this memo has done its purpose. We still have 2 communications still in committee that are being actively worked regarding the Brown School. This one has done its due diligence, and the committee voted to receive and file it 3-0.
Very good.
Discussion? Roll call.
Receiving and filing communication 506. Councilor Wallace.
Yes.
Councilor Wright.
Yes.
Councilor Zede.
Yes.
Councilor Cameron.
Yes.
Councilor Donahue.
Yes.
Councilor Khan is recused for the record. Councilor Lane.
Yes.
Councilor McCauley?
Yes.
Councilor Preston?
Yes.
Councilor Vogel?
Yes.
Councilor Shan?
Yes.
Thank you.
That is it for general government. Counselor Vogel, license and permits, and so noted, Counselor Khan is returned.
Motion to approve application 165.
Second.
So as just a bit of a preamble to both 165 and Communication 510, the applicants are aware of the fact that there's construction going on down in that area, and their plans may be disrupted. And we're working through that with the planning director, and everybody's well aware of it. So should that question come up. Okay, with regard to 165, just to let you know what this is exactly, I'm going to read what is on the Newburyport Chamber of Commerce's website regarding the nonprofit pop-up park, or the nonprofit park. It says that our nonprofit park is a gathering place for the community adorned with festive decorations that bring smiles to our visitors. They're saying that your sponsorship will maintain this beautiful space and provide a festive backdrop for community events and gathering, and by being a sponsor, then you're exposed to the community. So that's the purpose of the pop-up park. All the paperwork is in order, and it was approved 3-0 in committee.
Thank you, Counselor Vogel. Discussion? Roll call.
Approving application 165. Councilor Wallace?
Yes.
Councilor Wright?
Yes.
Councilor Zede?
Yes.
Councilor Cameron?
Yes.
Councilor Donahue?
Yes.
Councilor Khan?
Yes.
Councilor Lane?
Yes.
Councilor McCauley?
Yes.
Councilor Preston?
Yes.
Councilor Vogel?
Yes.
Councilor Shan?
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion to approve application 164, the A-frame sign on the corner of Washington, Winter and Washington.
Second.
Thank you. Sorry. The paperwork is in order. We got the updated insurance form today, came in through the clerk's office, so we are up to date with the insurance form. The applicant is fully aware of the rules around bringing that sign in, and I'm keeping track of it. And if you haven't tried her cookies, I recommend it.
I would second that.
I came out of committee in favor, 3-0.
Counselor Wright.
Just a question about A-frames in general. Do we have any kind of policing of those signs? Because this weekend I noticed there were signs everywhere. When we were on our parade, on our walk for the parade on Saturday, there were A-frames lying flat in various places along the city streets.
Clerk Jones.
Yes, actually, the parking supervisor, Mary Jo Haley, was actually going around to, there is enforcement. It may not look like it right now, but she was out last week and went into a number of places and asked for a number of things to be done.
Thank you.
Counselor Vogel.
I would add to that, as a user of A-frame signs, perhaps I could provide you a little bit of insight as to how they blow over and how they don't. So maybe we could have a conversation. But yes, they are looked after.
Further discussion? Roll call.
This is on approving application 164. Councilor Wallace?
Yes.
Councilor Wright?
Yes.
Councilor Z?
Yes.
Councilor Cameron?
Yes.
Councilor Donahue?
No.
No. Councilor Khan?
Yes.
Councilor Lane?
Yes.
Councilor McCauley?
Yes.
Councilor Preston?
Yes.
Councilor Vogel?
Yes.
Councilor Shan?
Yes.
10 yes, 1 no, measure passes.
Motion to approve the communication, approve the request as expressed in Communication 510.
Second.
As you can see, this is a request by the firehouse to continue using the shanties, and there's been no issues with them, and we came up plenty of discussion with John, and it's quite successful. And it was asked in committee how people get on the list. He's got a list. People really want to get on it, and he works through it. Councilor Shan, the Councilor at Large, Khan asked about this, and we can add more if she wishes. But it came out of committee 3-0 to allow them to continue, with the understanding that they may be disrupted.
Counselor Zede.
I just, so the prior application 165 that's the same place, right?
Same place.
So they're okay, it's just big old party for the beer thing will leave, I think, right? Those end at some point, and then this will be in there together with the,
The shanties.
okay. All right.
And use of that space.
Sounds good.
Further discussion. Roll call.
Council Wallace?
Yes.
Council Wright?
Yes.
Council Zede?
Yes.
Council Cameron?
Yes.
Council Donahue?
Yes.
Council Khan?
Yes.
Council Lane?
Yes.
Council McCauley?
Yes.
Council Preston?
Yes.
Council Vogel?
Yes.
And Council Shan?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, and finally, motion to approve Communication 512, the use of the bullnose by the Horticultural Society.
Second.
It speaks for itself. They're going to set up a booth, and they're going to display and sell their horticulture. It was approved 3-0 in committee.
Discussion. Roll call.
Approving Communication 512, Councilor Wallace.
Yes.
Council Wright.
Yes.
Council Zede.
Yes.
Council Cameron.
Yes.
Council Donahue.
Yes.
Council Khan.
Yes.
Council Lane.
Yes.
Council McCauley.
Yes.
Council Preston.
Yes.
Council Vogel.
Yes.
And President Shan.
Yes.
Nothing further.
Counselor Cameron, Planning and Development.
Nothing to report other than we have a joint hearing with the planning board on Wednesday evening to do the zoning amendment regarding global R3 multifamily.
Is that at 7 o'clock?
That is at 7 o'clock, and that is a COTW.
Got it.
Love to see you there.
All right. Public Works and Safety, Counselor Wallace.
Nothing to report other than we'll be meeting Tuesday next week to talk about the streets and sidewalks plan, and if time, start on the snow and ice plan.
All right. Tuesday next week. What time?
5 o'clock.
Okay.
And
Thank
it will
you.
be hybrid.
Thank you. All right. Go to the order. Counselor Zede.
Just one request of the clerk. When people send in letters asking for something, they should be, I think, instructed to make it an application, because it's an oddity for us to approve communications, but also it sort of bypasses the form, and then like we don't get the insurance, and it's just easier if, hey, thanks for your request, but you need to fill this standardized form out, and that way we can have the standardization. I didn't say anything, but as for part of good of the order, just our process, I would recommend that.
I'm happy to do that. I mean, sometimes it just strikes me as a lot for one table, but that's okay.
Yeah, maybe we can have a streamlined,
I
you
think
know,
we
like
should.
for, if something's 2 or 3 hours, just a single page. I don't know, that's something we could work on.
Yes.
Anything else? All right.
Motion to adjourn?
Second.
Roll call.
Council Wallace.
Yes.
Council Wright.
Yes.
Council Z.
Yes.
Councilors Cameron.
Yes.
Council Donahue.
Yes.
Council Khan.
Yes.
Council Lane.
Yes.
Council McCauley. Yes. Council Preston.
Yes.
Council Shan.
Yes.
Vogel.
Yes.